All right, hello and welcome. I am Eric from Onboard Gaming, and I'm here with friend of the shop, Taylor. And we are bringing to you live today a match between two of our great shop players. We've got Alex Rivera with his Nurgle Demons and Death Guard detachment, and Wyatt with his Imperial Knights. So we're going to flip over to our main screen here. They have already chosen their deployment zone, so we're going to be going to the deployment here in just a moment.
For tuning in. We've got a great game here today. I think these are two armies that are often fan favorites. I was able to talk to both players before we started. Alex has been playing his army for years. He said that they're definitely one of his more neglected armies. He's excited at a chance to be able to play them, whereas Wyatt is one of our rookies. He says that this is his second 2,000 point game with these, but he has studied up. He's excited and ready for the match. So we're looking forward to seeing what both these guys can do. We've essentially got our veteran versus our rookie.
Yeah, and I'm really glad to see Alex bring the demons back out. He typically plays Dark Angels. He's been doing really well with them. The Demon Army he had brought out a little bit in about midway through 8th edition. They were quite meta competitive for a while, and he's bringing a large are they not plague plague bearers. Large blocks of plague bearers used to be able to stack up to -1s quite a bit. They're very strong, but that was nerfed to 9th. They did go up in points, but he's got a beautifully painted army. He wants to field him today, so we're going to be going out there. And he's going to be going up against Imperial Knights. Now, Imperial Knights they've not really been meta competitive a lot in 9th edition. They do have typically a hard time with board control, and a lot of the secondary objectives and primaries obviously are going to be dependent on you being able to get on points and stay there. And with the low model count, it makes them difficult to field, especially with the proliferation of heavy anti-tank stuff like eradicators from the Marine line. Now, thankfully, we're not going to be seeing any of those today, but it could be a bit of a battle for board control here. So first thing we see is Alex. He's putting down his plague bearers. This is a table quarter deployment, so Alex has the top right. He's deploying very aggressively. All of these plague bearer units are maxed out, so he does have the icon, the banner, everything else. He also has a Sloppity Bile Piper, in the mix there, so he'll be running him with the plague bearers, which is going to be good for when they start taking wounds. They will be taking casualties pretty quick here. For those not familiar, that allows Alex to roll 2 dice for morale checks, and if he rolls a 1, they will restore D6 models instead of actually suffering additional mortal wounds. So quite good if you're going to be taking a lot of damage.
If you're confused about the deployment zones, they are corner deployments. We're doing the mission 4 Pillars. This is a mission that you'll find in the new 9th edition rulebook.
Yeah, that's why we've got the four objectives instead of typically 5 or 6. This is going to allow either player who goes first to rapidly move on to some of the other objectives depending on the deployment. Wyatt's got 1 Armiger there, kind of moderately deployed. That looks like one of the Warglaves. He is bringing 2 Warglaves, the melee-focused Knights, or melee-focused Armigers, and then he's got a Helverin as well.
I must say I'm surprised at how aggressively Alex is queuing up his army against these Knights. He is not going to get in a matched firefight at all. If he loses the roll-off, there's no way that those units are going to be able to survive that kind of heavy firepower. So I'm really surprised how forward deployed he is.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit rough, I think, if he doesn't get to go first here. And we are using the new FAQ rules, so when they roll off, whoever wins will be going first. They don't have a choice. All right, looks like Wyatt is deploying his big boy here. This big chunker is a Castellan. It's got all the fixins on there, including Call's Wrath for the upgrade to his right arm weapon. He's also sporting 2 shield breakers.
As for secondary objectives, Wyatt is bringing Assassinate, Abhor the Witch, and Attrition. So essentially what he's going to be wanting to do is take out one more unit than units that were taken out on his army.
Yeah, and that's going to be, all of those are going to be very well tailored towards what is going, or towards Alex's army. It's going to be difficult for Alex to be able to take out more than 1 knight in a turn, or even take out a knight in a turn. Alex does have a large volume of kind of chaff units. In addition to the plague bearers, he's got several units of cultists as well, which typically, you can capture objectives with them, you can hold backfield objectives with them, but due to the range and firepower of all these knights being deployed, it's going to be really easy to lose points on attrition. The Abhor the Witch, it did get nerfed recently, which is good, but Alex is also fielding a large number of Psychers. So Great Unclean 1, he also has 2 Demon Princes and a Poxbringer. So those are all going to be easy points for Abhor the Witch.
That's the Sloppity Bile Piper and the Plague Bearers going down in that corner.
Yeah, you want to keep Sloppity Bile Piper. Man, I hate saying that name. But first time someone told me that was an actual unit, I had to actually look it up because it didn't sound like a real thing. But yeah, you want to keep that thing centrally located. It does have an aura. You do want it to be affecting all of those Plague Bearers, and he's put it right in the middle there, so I think that's pretty good. Once again, very aggressive deployment here on actually both player sides. Wyatt's put some of the knights there in the backfield. It's not, he's a little bit off the center. But that paladin, that knight paladin is pretty close. It's looking like he's probably going to want to run that up the board, maybe possibly through the center there, and try and tie up the rest of Alex's army. Now Alex is putting down some cultists there in the corner. He's trying to keep them out of line of sight. Looks like he might want to run those over to the lower right objective. He's also got his Plagueburst Crawlers, Mephitic Blight Haulers sitting up there in the top area. Now that's some ranged anti-tank that could threaten some of Wyatt's units. Really, though, I think he can, if any of those knights try to get close, like let's say the Paladin tries to run the midfield and get up into the Plague Bearers, yeah, those Blight Haulers, they're going to dunk on it. They've got Meltas and missile launchers. They're pretty decent anti-tank. Range isn't stupendous. I'm a little worried at their current deployment just because, due to the short to moderate range on them, that he's not going to be able to get them in really effective firing range before eating a lot of return fire from the knights. But once again, it's going to depend heavily on what Wyatt focuses.
Alex's objectives are Nurgle Demon's player. He is bringing Engage on all fronts, so he's going to need to get in 3 table quarters at least. Titan Slayer, which is kind of a given when playing against only Titans, as well as Siphon Power.
Yeah, Siphon Power is the special objective for this mission. You can have a unit on any of the objectives and take an action at the beginning of your command phase for the next turn. You do get points for however many units had taken that action for that turn. So if you take action for just one of the objectives in a turn, I think you get 1 point. If you do 2, you get 3 points. So if he does successfully get some board control here and activate multiple units, I think he's going to be good. I don't know that Wyatt's really going to be trying to lead the charge, except for maybe the Armigers, the Warglaive, sorry. So in theory, Alex could potentially get across the board, get on objectives, and just activate every turn, either forcing Wyatt to engage in close combat. Oh, sorry, so I got to interrupt myself here.
Sounds like Alex got the first turn.
Yep, Alex has first turn now.
Alex did spend some CP. He did exalt his Great Unclean One, as well as his Plague Bearers. He used a CP there as well for his Plague Banner. He has looks like he has 2 units of Plague Bearers with Plague Banners. So he has the -3 CP for his Battalion Detachment for his Chaos Death Guard, as well as the extra upgrades to those units.
So this is really good for Alex, being able to go first. He's going to be able to do some maneuvering before he starts taking shots from the knights. He is advancing those plague bearers. Maximum speed over towards that objective. All right, he is setting up his plague bearers behind that line of sight blocking terrain. I think, though, with the speed of the knights, it's not necessarily going to matter, and he will be in charge range of that Orglaive.
Thank you guys for tuning in. We appreciate your support. Onboard Gaming is trying something new, so this is our first live stream for this series. We're looking forward to doing more of these in the future. So if you guys want to see something special, if you tell us what you enjoy, maybe what you don't enjoy, we're looking forward to hearing your guys' thoughts. And again, we've got our stream chat up, so we see your comments there. Thank you guys. We've got some Go Wyatts, we've got some Go Alexes. We love the support, and we'll be sure to pass that on to our players as well.
Also, shout out to friend of the shop, John, for supplying the OBG branded objective markers.
Those 3D printed?
They are 3D printed.
They look good. Okay. 3+ to advance the Poxwalkers.
This is for the Poxbringer.
Poxbringers,
He's trying to get it right
right.
up behind
That's
the Poxwalkers. Or, sorry, Plague Bearers. Everything's Nurgle's Pox and Plague something, so I get them mixed up. Yeah, it's going to be critical to keep all of those units together. They do all benefit from overlapping auras and buffs, so yeah, you want to make sure it's good. Great Unclean One moving up along with the Plague Bearers.
I'm looking at that one objective marker in the bottom right corner that looks like it's being neglected. I'm curious to see if Alex decides to go for it. Some Plague Bearers moving up. They can move through that terrain because they are infantry, and ruins and ruin walls, infantry units can move through them, so he doesn't have to measure up and over. They essentially throw a shoulder into a window or a door, and they're through.
Yeah, and that's all from the breachable keyword that we're using for this terrain today.
There's quite a few updates in 9th edition that come into effect with the game today. One of the things that we were looking at is Titan units, which is essentially all of Wyatt's army, can fall back and shoot. They also have an ability to fall back and charge again, which comes with their house selection. The fall back and shoot ability actually comes in the core rulebook. It's looking up the rules now.
Is that for vehicle specific or Titan specific?
This is for Titan specific.
Ah, okay. Looks like that bottom right objective is starting to get some love. Got some cultists running in that direction. This is really going to force some difficult decisions on the Wyatt when he goes here. You're going to have a large blob of difficult to shift plague bearers moving up in the top left, and a bunch of really actually easy to wipe out cultists in the bottom right. But if he doesn't get both, then the Nurgle demons just may be able to kind of form a beachhead there, settle down, and start collecting points. So
just admiring the paint job on these models. Both players made sure that they painted up their armies. I'm really impressed with some of the details on these, and maybe even grossed out.
That is a great looking, great unclean one.
I did find that rule. It is on page 216 in the shooting phase section of the core rules. It says that units that advance this turn and units that fell back, other than Titanic units, are not eligible to shoot. So they are exempt from the rules that apply to other units.
That's a great catch.
That's going to be really punishing for Alex if he's going to try to lock these guys up in combat. Essentially, these knights can just fall back and take them out.
It's going to be tough. It's still doable. Oh boy. Psychic phase now. Alex has perilled. He's rerolling with CP. So
he avoided perils, but he did not get his
psychic power off.
That's unfortunate.
Papa Nurgle did not bless. Foxbringer now casting Miasma of Pestilence onto the Great Unclean One. We're actually backing up a second and doing the Exalted traits for the Great Unclean One. Got a 4 and a 6. And this isn't a tournament, so we're okay with going back and redoing steps. Alright, so the Exalted traits are pretty bad. Bonus to leadership, and then a bonus if his strength is greater than the enemy's toughness, which in this case is probably not going to happen.
Miasma of Pestilence roll. He got a 7. It does go off. If you're unfamiliar, any friendly Nurgle demon unit within 18 inches, their opponent must select 1 from all hit rolls that target for that unit until the next psychic phase. It actually goes over a turn phase, which is extremely helpful for things like Overwatch.
Yeah, and that Great Unclean One's going to need all the help it can get. It does have a 5 Feel No Pain, but it only has a demon save. And there's just a lot of firepower that's going to be flying at it next round. Alex is ranging out Smite. Looks like nothing is quite in range. So he's going to be using Putrefaction of Blades on a cultist unit. Perils again on Boxcars. Cannot be rerolled, so taking D3 mortal wounds.
Ouch. That never feels good.
Yikes.
2 wounds applied here.
Yep. Taking Feel No Pains. Blocks 1. Demon Prince down to 7.
I know a lot of times for players, when they're in the middle of a game like this and their rolls are bad this early on, sometimes it can get into the player's head. They feel maybe unlucky, or some of that superstitious, those superstitious thoughts end up bubbling up. So I kind of feel bad for Alex here, as he's had Perils of the Warp and now
2 perils.
Yeah,
2 perils and a
perils,
reroll
yeah.
and a failed. Oh, not looking good on the psychic front. In that case, usually I just throw all my dice away. Alright, we're into the firing phase, or shooting phase. Auto guns, firing at a knight. Those are the bravest cultists. Hitting on 4s and 0 hits. They also reroll 1s, but also didn't roll any 1s. Alex is electing the next cultist unit, but they are out of range. Blight Haulers are getting ranged out. They are out of range for their Meltas, but they should be in range for missiles. All missiles are going into the Castellan. Hitting on 4s. 2 hits.
Normally that's a 3 benefit from cover. No wounds. That's unfortunate.
Yep.
Doesn't feel good.
Nope.
I'm really feeling for Alex right now as he's not had very many favorable rolls. Additional unfavorable roll just stacking up.
Yeah. He did do a CP reroll there and also failed it. Alright, so there is nothing in charge range, so we're skipping the charge phase, no fight phase, and no wounds taken, so nothing to do on morale. We are at the end of Alex's turn and doing some bookkeeping. Started Wyatt's turn, he's up to 11 command points.
You just saw a flash from Alex taking a picture of the board.
Wyatt's deciding that his Hellfriend does not want to engage in close combat for some reason and is moving it back. He did move his Warglaives up into the bottom center area. Alright, Wyatt's ranging out maximum move for that Paladin.
You can only imagine how difficult it is to move these knights, especially when it looks like he's got his all magnetized.
Yeah.
Got the big guys lining up to fight.
Oh, that's great.
This is his Castellan moving up.
Yep.
Was the other one Crusader?
Yeah, the other one's a Crusader.
You can tell his Castellan, apart from his Crusader, with that pink, purpley glow for his plasma weapon. Love the effect there.
For the Crusader, he is rocking the Endless Fury relic, great gun, and the thermal lance. No psychic phase for Wyatt, moving right into the shooting phase.
Wyatt did choose to spend 2 separate CP for an extra heirloom and an additional warlord trait.
Mm-hmm.
He gave Exalted Court to... Who did he give that to?
All of the big knights have character traits at this point, or they are all characters. The Castellan is the warlord with Call's Wrath, and the Crusader is also upgraded with Endless Fury. Warglaives are firing at the Mephetic Blight Haulers with their thermal lances. It's a hit. 2 hits and 1 wound. Gonna have to roll against the 5-up demonic save. Nope. Needs a 5. D6 damage for 4. Now gonna try and disgustingly resilient away these wounds.
3 come through, saved 1. Bringing him down to 4. Or does that take him off the board? Oh, he's going in for the Blight Haulers there.
Yeah, Blight Haulers. Two shots, hitting on 3s, 1 hit, 1 wound. Bouncing against a 5-up demon save, and he makes it.
Now that must feel good.
Yeah.
Compared to all those bad rolls earlier.
And now both models are firing their heavy stubbers.
Ouch. Wounding on 3s.
Oh no, heavy stubbers. They used to be wounding on 5s.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, stubbers are only strength 4.
Good call. I missed that.
Takes 1 damage.
Looks like our Great Unclean One may survive the turn. Oftentimes, newer players don't understand how dangerous these guys can be.
I'm really looking forward to a big boy fight in the middle there.
Castellan shots are getting lined up. Wyatt's thinking through his plans here.
So the Castellan does have 2 shield breaker missiles. All right, siege breaker cannons are going into plague bearers. Calls Wrath into the same squad. Shield breaker missile into the Great Unclean One. And Twin Meltas may not be in range. And Volcano Lance into Great Unclean One. Great Unclean One is -1 to hit.
There's the roll. His Warlord trait allows him to roll 2 dice and choose 1. 3 shots.
So hitting on 4s, you got 2 hits. Strength 1,000,000. Wounding on 2s.
18 million.
Taking 2 demon saves.
Wow.
Makes 1. 3d3 damage. Holy moly. Whew.
7 damage
7
goes through.
damage.
Does not feel good. How
Bunch
many
of-
of you in chat are ready to see that Great Unclean One get nuked? We're seeing it now. Looks like he might survive the shots, though. Will he survive the turn?
Down to 14 wounds. So this is the shield breaker missile. It does ignore invul saves. It did inflict wounds. Great Unclean One does not get to save against this. Only 1 wound. Great Unclean One down to 13. So that's actually really good news for Great Unclean One. All the declared shots from the Castellan, or all the shots have been declared from the Castellan. All the shots have been resolved against the GUO. The rest of the shots are going into the Plague Bearer squad. Hitting on 4s. Nine hits. Wounding on 2s.
Wow, it's a good roll.
8 AP minus 4. Demons don't care. 5 up demonic save. Rolling Feel No Pains. Yeah, he'll have to roll 5 sets of 2 damage for this. It's a 2 damage weapon. First one, nope. Nope. Hey, one survived.
We'll take it.
Almost. And no. All right.
Here's an up close. You can see 1, 2 tipped over. It's unique to see how players decide to show that their models are being taken out. Everyone does it differently. As Wyatt is counting out the dice for his next shot, I think it's interesting to see how Wyatt's rookie plays match up against Alex's veteran strategies. I think that's one thing in this game that I'm definitely paying attention to.
Yeah, I think he's doing well so far. I probably would have focused everything into the Great Unclean One from the Castellan just to try and knock it off the board, but he does have the Paladin in range. He does have the giant chain sword. He could still take it out here in the charge phase, or in the fight phase.
Wow.
Two more Plague Bearers down.
Those Demon Princes are a big threat, and it'll be interesting to see if Wyatt is aware of that. The Great Unclean One is the biggest model on the table and does draw a lot of attention. Sounds like Wyatt is using a stratagem. He's going to upgrade the damage characteristics and strength characteristics of his next shot.
Battle Cannon into Great Unclean One. A rapid fire battle cannon. This is the heavy stubber shots.
Saved.
Save the cultist. Here goes a rapid fire battle cannon. 2d6 shots. Seven shots. Hitting on 4s. This is against the Great Unclean One. Great Unclean One is currently -1 to hit. 3 hits. Strength 8. First tough 7, so he's going to need 3s. It's going to CP reroll one of those.
Even Wyatt's superstition's coming out. He decided to switch dice there between his rolls.
It's a special dice.
Reroll stratagem.
Taking Demon Save 2 6s box cards. Alex blocks both shots.
Only further evidence that probability is a thing with dice, not superstition.
Crusader firing. Well, it's got some tough choices right now. I think he expected that to go better with firing against Great Unclean One.
Yeah. And I definitely think Wyatt's a little shaken from that, too.
Yep. Crusader has a ton of shots, so Endless Fury being one of them is one of my favorite relic weapons for the night range. Hit roll 6, you hit 2.
Wyatt is planning his shots here.
Heavy Stubber into Cultists, hitting on 3s. 3 hits. Wounding on 3s. Oh, nothing. 2, 2, and a 1.
Wow.
Those are lucky Cultists.
He's got 3 shots.
3 shots hitting on 3s. We've got 2 2s and a 3. 1 hit. 2 to wound, nothing. That was for Endless Fury. Wow, it's pretty unusual to not get any damage out of Endless Fury. I'm surprised about that one. Oh, I'm sorry. This is Endless Fury firing.
This is going into the Plague Bearers.
I didn't catch the target.
In a moment here, folks, we are going to update change the batteries out on our main camera. So we're going to get a little up close here on our Pox Walkers. Or Plague Bearers, my mistake. These are AP minus 2 shots coming against these guys.
These are all against the Plague Bearers, so they're going to get their 5-up save. Save 1. 4 go through. Wow. All right. An unconventional way of rolling Field of Pains, but he did it. And Thermal Cannon's going into the Great Unclean One. 2 shots out of D6. Not great. Hitting on 3s. Or sorry, 4s. 2 and a 6. So 1 hit. Strength 9 against tough 7s and wounding on 3s. Alright. Blocks it with his invul save.
I'm really curious to see why Alex is tilting those models over rather than just pulling off the battlefield. But I wonder if he's using that to keep track for morale later.
Yeah, I think he's tracking for morale.
Gotcha. With the demonic icon in that unit, any ones actually causes the unit to get something called a reality blink, and the demonic horde is bolstered. So no models flee, and D6 slain plague bears are instead added to the unit. It's kind of a reverse effect there. So
They flee into the battle.
yeah, backwards.
Yeah, and so the combo is with Sloppity Bile Piper, which allows you to choose the lowest of the... You roll 2 dice for morale and then choose the lowest, so...
Let's hope it works.
Yeah, could be pretty good. So these are the Helverin shots.
Strength 7 shots.
These are it's 5 shots in the Plague Bearers. They get their 5-up save. 3 go through. These are 3 flat each. 1 down.
Final save. He died. 3 died.
All right, yeah.
If you're unfamiliar with plague bears, they do not have any ranged weapons. So he is deploying them so far forward because he does. It looks like he's going towards that objective marker, and he's going to try to survive it.
Yeah.
If at all possible, he's probably going to put some of that unit behind that terrain and hopefully hide for some of those shots. It doesn't help that Wyatt backed out of that side of the battlefield a little bit, because it's going to make those plague bearers harder to charge across that terrain, which is difficult terrain. Extra 2 inches to move across.
Knight Paladin charging Great Unclean One. Checking for range. Gonna need a 7-inch charge. It's about average. With the reroll, I think he's got about 75% chance of making it.
There it is.
Got a 10, he's good.
Overcharged.
Here
He's
he
gonna
goes.
try to get someone else in there.
Not sure what he's doing there.
Or he's probably gonna pile in to try to get those cultists. Alex just made the comment, oh, so you think you're going to take on 18 cultists? Which is funny because the cultists aren't that strong.
Cultists do have 1 strength 3, no AP attack each in close combat, so they will probably destroy a knight in 1 turn. Into the fight phase, we only have 1 charging unit. Wyatt's activating his paladin. I expect him to use his big blade. Yep, he is electing the Reaper Chainsword. He only gets 4 attacks, but it hits real hard. Hitting on 3s. Uh-oh.
That doesn't feel good.
Alex is allowing him to reroll 1 of the cock die. He is command rerolling 1. Strength 14, wounding on 2s. Two go through, 5 ups. Blocks 1. He's going to CP reroll the 1, see if he can bounce it off his invul. Oh, no.
Ouch.
5 up, feel no pain for a 6 damage hit. Wyatt is now consolidating. Just a reminder, we are monitoring Twitch chat, so if you have any questions or comments, go ahead and throw it on in there. Great Unclean One is now selected to fight.
Seems like Wyatt has had more trouble taking out the GUO than I think he expected.
Yeah. It's got 4 attacks hitting on 2s. Sorry, 5 attacks hitting on 2s. Holy moly, wounding on 5s. Look at double box cards. Five -3, D6 damage each.
Looks like we got an epic battle going on between the 2 largest models on the table.
It's going to need 6s to save against this. No rotating your eye on shields here. Save 2, 3 go through, D6 damage each.
Let's see what happens here, folks.
Oh boy.
Wow.
15 damage.
Wyatt is definitely cringing at those numbers.
Now, the Great Unclean One also has Acidic Ichor. So if he takes wounds, he does do mortal wounds in return. So I'm not sure if they've accounted for that yet.
Players are moving towards the end of the turn. Seems like they forgot it.
That's, yes, that, that is end of turn. We're going to be doing some morale checks here, actually. Wyatt does have House Tyrannus. He does have 6 up, feel no pain, except against mortal wounds. So he's going to be rolling those now. Looking for 6s.
Wow.
2.
2 6s.
Yeah, mitigated 2. It's not too bad.
He might need another dice for that one.
Yeah, but he is bracketed.
I noticed Wyatt is counting wounds on, not wounds off. So keep that in mind.
All right, moving to morale. Alex is going to be rolling 2, keeping the lower, looking for 1s. He is using command point to reroll the 6 into a 5, didn't help.
When the unit fails a morale, he ends up losing 2 models instead of 1 when failing due to the Sloppity Bile Piper. The Sloppity Bile Pipers Eric mentioned earlier, on a 1 actually causes the Plague Bearers to come back into play rather than flee.
Well, that comes from an upgrade to the Plague Bearers.
Right.
Bile Piper lets you roll 2 dice.
My mistake. Thank you for clarifying. If you guys don't know about Eric, he has been doing this for years. That's the
For better or
reason why
worse.
he is our primary commentator here.
Taking a attrition test, loses 2 more.
That unit's getting smaller as we go.
All right, that was the only unit that turn that had taken damage. So that's it. We are now switching to we're gonna do some bookkeeping, do some scoring, and we'll come back for the top of round 2. All right, welcome back. We are starting the top of round 2. Currently, the score is Alex up 2-0. So that was a pretty good round. Alex really did have some issues getting his second powers off initially, but he did roll really well on his saves. I think Wyatt was really anticipating being able to take down the Great and Clean one, if not with the firepower initially from just shooting, but then the fight phase didn't pan out. So we're going to go in top round 2 here and see how things are going.
I think Wyatt was banking on the fact of trying to get those units, getting at least a unit out each turn. It looks like he was probably a little disappointed here.
Yeah, one of Wyatt's secondary objectives is attrition, where all you have to do is eliminate at least one more unit than your opponent does every turn. In this matchup, that was really in his favor. I think having that alpha strike there and not being able to accomplish it is going to hurt him a little bit in the long run.
We are at the top of round 2, just a heads up. Curiosity, for those of you watching, and if you're watching this video in replay, we're curious to know who you are. Let us know who you are, maybe where you're watching from, as well as what armies do you play. Let us know in chat.
As anticipated, Alex is aggressively going after the objective there. He started his command phase with one controlled objective, and Wyatt will as well. So he's going to get capture 1, but not capture more or 2. So only 5 points on primaries there.
1 unit of Plague Bearers moved up.
Sloppity Bilepiper moving up. And Poxbringer moving up. And then the second unit of Plague Bearers are going to advance.
That was a roll out of the dice box, and Alex kindly moved it back into the dice box so you guys can see.
Alex will be penalized 1 victory point for that.
Moving those units up is when those dice trays become handy, or the model trays. There's Alex over on this side of the table now. Moving his princes up.
Alex is going full tilt there, getting his Demon Prince out of screening range of those cultists. Looks like he's going to be trying to charge those armigers.
Those princes can be quite brutal, especially in combat. They're essentially a missile with a body.
Ha! And they're psychers, so they can buff themselves or use smite. Moving the emphatic blight haulers up behind him. That's going to give Alex some ranged firepower in here. I think he's really going to need. If he's able to take out at least one of those armigers, it's going to make it harder for Wyatt to get attrition for this round. It's also going to make him focus, or gives him some bad options on focusing fire, because now he's got the cultists there. They're going to be capturing the objective.
Cultist moving up. Looks like he's leapfrogging a little bit there.
It's a dangerous move. He's leaving that back objective unclaimed. Actually, I think he's got some cultists in the building in the top right.
Yeah, I see something hanging out there in
Yep.
the corner.
Still, puts him in a dangerous position.
Ending your movement phase. Regaining D3 wounds. Wow.
Whoa, +3. Cost him 2 CP.
Great Unclean One is... What is he back up to? I have a hard time seeing that.
I think that puts him up to 11.
Wow.
It takes him out of the mid bracket, which I think is what he really needed.
Moving to Psychic phase. Looks like that knight is going to take a beating.
Whew. Great Unclean One, casting Shriveling Pox onto the knight. Scores a 7. That's
Nurgle's
gonna,
number.
yeah,
All is ash.
that is going to be bringing that knight down to tough 7. Boxspringer using Miasma Pestilence onto the Great Unclean One. Another 7. Nurgle's number. Great Unclean One now, -1 to hit. Demon Prince, Smite. Smite the Knight. Another 7.
Thematic
D3
rolls.
mortal wounds for 3 mortal wounds. Wow, Alex is killing it on these psychic
roll,
powers.
Pun intended.
Seven wounds remaining. Casting Blades of Putrefaction on himself. Goes off on a 5. Psychic phase completed. Now moving on to shooting. Now the Great Unclean One does have a ranged attack, so he should be able to fire it here in the shooting phase. Assault 3 hitting on 2s. That's all of them. Man, Alex's dice are hot right now.
That break must have been good for him.
Yeah.
Nurgle fans, let us know who you are in chat.
Normally strength 7, they are strength 8 now.
Let's
Against
go.
the toughness 7 of that knight, so that's 2. Making saves. Two damage each, go through. Feel no pain blocks 1 off House Tyrannus.
Now, out of curiosity, Blades of Putrefaction allows any wound rolls of a 7-up for that unit in the fight phase. What is a 7-up?
7. I think it's supposed to be 6. 7
Well,
seems unlikely.
He gets add 1 to his wound rolls. So if it's unmodified 6 turns into a
Yeah,
modified 7.
I'd have to check that one out.
That's Blades of Putrefaction. That was a psychic ability that did go off. Something I had a question about. And I'm sure some of you who are unfamiliar with the army may have that question as well. We'll see if we can find an answer for you. We are re-rolling ones, not within range of the Demon Prince, so actually not re-rolling ones. Demon Prince allows those re-rolls. Now, feel no pains. Missed them all.
Castellan takes 2 wounds.
Reminder, Wyatt is counting up in damage, not counting down.
Except for the Paladin, which is now counting down.
Yeah, this is confusing. We'll try to keep you updated as we go. Okay, Demon Prince is in range, rerolling that one.
These are cultists, Fire Knights. Wounding on
Nothing.
6s, nothing.
That's one of the challenges that Alex is going to run into with the strength of his army against the toughness of Wyatt's army. We've got Meltas going from the Blight Haulers. They're working out their arrangement between terrain cover, wondering if there is a penalty to the shots. Everything going into the back. Sounds like there is no penalty.
Back
to the
armature.
shot. So, knowing that terrain, that model is not within 2 inches, so he would not gain the benefit of that cover. Is that right?
That is correct. We got all the meltas and all the missiles going in here, hitting on 3s. Here goes the missiles. 3 shots, 3 hits. Strength 8, wounding on 3s. 2.
D6 damage.
These are AP -2, so he's going to take 1 for 3.
Those Blight Haulers are often underestimated.
Yep. Taking his Feel No Pains for House Tyrannus. Blocks 1, so only takes 2. 6 multi-melta shots incoming. Ooh, man.
The other weapons attached to those Blight Haulers.
Yeah.
He's putting them all into the further back unit because his Prince is going to charge the forward unit.
Got 4 hits and 4 wounds. That is gross.
Wow. If you're unfamiliar, the Prince is the one with the wings that you're seeing right there next to those 2 in the bottom edge.
He did rotate Ion Shield, so he does have a 4-up invul. Block 2, takes 2. D6 each. White is electing to spend the CP to reroll one of those die. See if we can bring it down to 1. 4-up invul. No.
Wyatt's getting a little frustrated there. He's really trying to get these Warglaives to last through the turn.
Yep.
10 wounds remaining.
Alex did CP reroll, a damage roll of 1, and also got a 1.
Those are the shots from the Blight Haulers. Alex is planning his next move. Moving to the charge phase.
Cultist charging the Paladin.
Curious what these rolls were from Wyatt.
I think he was doing a Feel No Pain, but I thought we already did that. Cultist successfully charged Paladin.
I wonder if Alex is aware that an update 2/9 is that Titanic units can fall back even if they are triangulated in.
Yeah, they just We could hear them talking about that, so he's now aware. But all those cultists do get to strike first, so it's only got 4 wounds left. Maybe, maybe.
Let's see. It also can explode, which
That is true.
Hurt that great unclean one. There's the roll. 7. As the prince going into the warglaives at the bottom, he's in.
So Alex was unfortunately not able to destroy the farther back warglaive. I was a little surprised the multi-meltas didn't do it, but he did make his charge, so that's good. Moving on to the fight phase.
Surprised there was no warglaive piled in there. Can he heroically intervene?
I don't think the warglaives can. They are not characters.
Okay.
I could be wrong there.
Looks like he is not. I think the 3 knights are characters. They're actually unique characters that Wyatt upgraded.
That is correct. Alex is activating Demon Prince to fight first. That is wise here. If he were to activate the cultist first, then Wyatt could interrupt with the warglaive and fight the Demon Prince before it got to attack.
Now remember those blades, those 7s do mortal wounds. So any 6s are probably really good.
Hitting on 2s.
No one's a re-roll. Alright, let's see these 6s. Let's see what happens here. Those are mortal wounds that are going in.
Oh boy.
Wow. 2 mortal wounds.
Oh my gosh.
Those
Everything
are the 7-ups
wounds.
right there. That's what we got to see.
Takes 2 mortal wounds. The rest are -2, 2 damage each. Only takes 1, or only saves 1, 12 damage. +2 from the mortal wounds, 14 damage. 1 round, jeez.
Missile with wings.
Ha! Alright, tempting House Tyrannus. 6 up, feel no pain. Blocks 4, that's pretty good. Actually saved him from destruction. He's down to 2 wounds. That will heavily bracket him, though. $18 cultists swinging in at that Knight Paladin. Hitting on 4s, no rerolls. And if these cultists can kill this Knight Paladin, then they get upgraded to Demon Princes. He's going to need 6 of the wound. Strength 3 versus Tough 8, or Tough 7 now. 1. No AP. And he takes a wound.
Cultists can do damage. That's
Cool.
all the attacks. Knight gets to fight back.
The Knight does get to fight back against the Great Unclean One, or the target of his choice. He is heavily bracketed down to the lowest bracket, so we'll be hitting on 5s.
Ouch. There is a stratagem if Wyatt is going to use this that will actually buff those attacks. I don't think he'll do it, though. What do you think he'll do?
He can also fight at top bracket, I believe, but I don't know if he's got enough CP left. He is House Mechanicus, so let me just check that one real quick. Yep. Yeah, he can use Machine Spirit Resurgence, but I don't think he's doing that.
Hitting on 5s.
He's choosing targets. He is using the Reaper against Great Unclean One, hitting on 5s. Actually, it's hitting on 6s due to miasma. All right, he's going for broke. Hitting on 6s. Got one. Winning on the 2. -4. 1 goes through. It does go through the demon save. Alex is using command point to reroll. It is his last command point, so he's going to make it count. And he rerolls a 2 and 2 and 2.
Ouch.
Taking feel no pains.
He lives. Down to 7 wins.
Block 2, take 4.
Great Unclean One is now going to fight back.
He'll be hitting on 2s, wounding on 4s. He is bonused in strength and attacks from Sloppity Bile Piper.
I'm not sure if that's fun to say or gross to say.
Slippity Sloppiter Bobbard. We are checking for rerolls. Rerolls are good. 5 hits. And wounding on 4s. Oh, not a single one. And Alex does not have any CP to reroll.
That does not feel good.
That does not feel good, no.
He lives to fight another turn. Armiger's turn is fighting against the prince.
White's taking the big swing with his armature. He did take 3 damage and then bounced 2 off Disgustingly Resilient. So this is going to cause some real problems for Wyatt, I think, during his turn. That Paladin is not going to be able to disengage from Great Unclean One. At its lowest bracket, he's only going to have 6 inches of move, and he's not going to be able to clear those cultists, I don't think. So Alex did forget to do actions this turn, so he gave up some points there for his secondaries. All right, it is the bottom of round 2. Wyatt is doing scorekeeping. He has 5 points for primary.
Alex does get an additional 2. Did he get the engage in all fronts with that prince, or is he not quite over the line? Is he on 4 quarters?
He is, because he's got the cultists in the top right, everybody in the top left, and then units. Actually, you're right. He's got 4.
So he gets 3 instead of 2 for engage on all fronts.
Actually, I'm trying to look here. He may not. I think this is
it's hard to
the
see.
Screen
Yeah.
right there. So yeah, I think that Demon Prince is not capturing that table quarter.
Looks like chat called what White was going to do. We've got Machine Spirit Resurgent is going to be the stratagem that White's going to go with.
That's pretty wise. So this is what I was talking about earlier. It's going to be difficult with a 6-inch move to clear all of those cultists. If he cannot remove himself from combat, he can't move here.
He's going to try to go for that back objective marker and take it from the cultists.
I don't think he's got enough move for that.
I think you're right. It'll be interesting to see what he does. Can't go over the difficult terrain or the unstable terrain. Engage on all fronts was only 2 points. Looks like if Alex is able to keep up the momentum, he might be able to pull off a win here. His engage on all fronts might be the key factor. We'll see if White can take some units out. That will definitely bolster his secondary points.
He's definitely going to have to focus down at least a unit to get attrition. But at the condition of that Paladin and that other Armiger, I don't know if he's going to be able to get it.
If you're a Knight fan, let us know in chat. Oh.
Uh-oh.
There goes the head. Great Unclean One has been beheaded. Oh.
White did use Machine Spirit Resurgence on the heavily damaged Paladin. Oh, yeah. So if he uses that, he's going to have full movement. He should be able to back out.
So I know that his move needs to be outside of engagement range. From this view, it may look like he is in engagement range, but it's actually just our camera angle there. He is outside of the inch that you need to be outside of engagement range. Machine Spirit Resurgent was the strat that he used.
Wyatt's falling back with his Armiger in the bottom center. Trying to get out of close combat range of that Demon Prince. Once again, Wyatt's going to be facing some tough decisions here when it comes to the shooting phase. He's been pouring a lot of firepower into the Great Unclean One, which isn't a bad idea, except he wasn't able to take it out turn 1 or through Alex's fight phase. So if he stays back and shoots, tries to kill the Great Unclean One, he's leaving units sit on objectives. But if he shoots at the objectives, units on objectives, then the Great Unclean One's going to have another turn to move up and potentially charge.
Interesting move there.
Nightstone wobbling onto a crater.
I'm guessing that's a strategic move. He's going to try to shoot that unit off the objective marker.
It's not a bad idea. I think that Knight Paladin's in serious, serious trouble, though. He's going to get a good shooting phase. He does have Endless Fury. He can wipe out at least one of those cultist squads, but he's sitting, what, 4 inches away from a bunch of multi-meltas? That's going to be rough.
I think those Blight Haulers are underestimated. We'll see what Wyatt does here.
They are weirdly swingy. Wyatt ends his movement phase. There is no psychic phase, so he's moving directly into shooting. Armiger's firing his thermal spear into the PBCs. Sorry, I keep saying that. Mephitic Blight Haulers. One shot. Hitting on 4s due to bracketing. One hit. Wounding on 3 from strength 8. And a wound.
5 up doesn't land. He takes 1. Prince might survive it.
Thermal spear into Demon Prince.
If we want, if you ever use BC4, we can charge it in the meantime, in the downtime, to give it some extra juice.
Okay, so we're canceling that. Actually, we're undoing a little bit here. So there was a mistake here. There was the assumption that the Armiger Warglaive was Titanic. It is a vehicle, so he is not falling back and not firing any weapons. Or sorry, he is firing weapons but not falling back. He is already bracketed and will be hitting at -1. Thermal Spear is a blast weapon. He will not be firing that. He's only firing the stubbers. So we did get a question in chat. Is there a strat to blow up on death for knights? There is. However, it is not an absolute. You do have to roll for it. It just improves the roll. Alright, no damage on that Demon Prince from the Armiger, from the Warglaive. Cultists are now taking fire. Cancel that. Wyatt is using a stratagem to increase damage by 1. He is firing at the Great Unclean One. I'm trying to find out exactly what weapon is firing here. These are heavy stubbers going into cultists. Hitting on 3s, winning on 3s. Rapid fire battle cannon into the Blight Haulers. This is from the Paladin, it looks like. 9 total attacks.
Wow. It's not too
Pretty
bad.
good, yeah. It's going to be hitting on 3s. That Machine Spirit Resurgence puts him up the top bracket.
Strength 8 shots. Threes.
These are wounding on 3s. Strength 8 versus tough 7. 8 AP -2.
Ouch.
Yeah, this is gonna be bad.
Seems like Wyatt did catch on that those Blight Haulers are quite dangerous.
They are a threat.
But we'll see if the Prince survives. It looks like that Wyatt is forgetting 2 of the big units on that side of the board.
Mm-hmm.
He either focuses on one or the other, and I think he needs to focus all into one instead of split his fire.
Agreed. If you ever, That is a big mistake that I've made many times. Don't split your fire. So the Blight Haulers did take a bunch of damage. We are now attempting to resolve the Feel No Pains. It's a 3 flat damage, so we're doing it in sets of 3. Blocks 2, takes 1. Wow, that's rolling well for his Feel No Pains. So to respond to chat, there are two close combat armigers in the bottom center. They are both armiger warglaves. They do not have meltas, they just have the heavy stubbers, the lances, and then their chainsword. There's one ranged armiger in the center left that is a Helverin. So 2 of them are lost. Alex just rolled for explosions. They do blow up on a 4-up, and neither of them exploded.
The Crusader is next up. He is the larger knight there next to the red container.
He's firing missile pod at the back unit of cultists. Endless Fury is going into the Plague Bearers. Heavy Flamer into the same Plague Bearers. Stubber into the larger block of cultists. And then Thermal Cannon into the Great Unclean One. D6 shots for Thermal Cannon. 1. Oof. Hitting on a 4. That misses. That -1. It's really important.
The armiger has 4 wounds left. The one that just fell back out of combat with the Great Unclean One.
You mean the Demon Prince? It stayed in there. The armiger?
Or no, this guy.
Oh, the Paladin.
Paladin,
It is
that's right.
at 4 wounds, yes.
We had a question in chat. He is at 4 wounds remaining.
These are Plague Bearers taking saves, 5-ups. Taking Feel No Pains, 2 more Plague Bearers down. Now that unit is too small to take advantage of the -1 to hit, so they are starting to take some serious damage. This is Endless Fury. Hit rolls of 6 explode into 2 hits. And he is hitting on 3s. The armiger that is in combat with the Prince is a Warglaive. It is the close combat variant. Plague Bearers are eating 7 AP -2. This is from Endless Fury. 4 go through, 2 damage each. And 4 down.
It'll be interesting to see how this turn ends with so many objective markers controlled by Alex. This could really give him a boost into the lead.
Yeah. Alex is currently in control of 3.
There is a unit in the top right corner. You just can't see it from our camera.
Correct. That's going to give him a solid 15 points at the start of his command phase if Wyatt can't knock at least one of these units off. The armature in the bottom center in close combat with Demon Prince, I believe, has 4 wounds remaining.
Four shots, AP -2. 3 damage each.
Oof. Wow, that was a lot of feeling of pains he saved. Great Unclean One. It's down to 2. Castellan firing Siegebreaker missile into Great Unclean One.
It's interesting to see Wyatt continuously splitting his fire. Seems like he's chiseling away the units, but what he's not realizing is that if those units are still standing, he will be taking damage.
Yep. Volcano Lance going into Great Unclean One. Looks like splitting the rest of the guns into the Plague Bearers. He's trying to push those guys, the smaller squad off of that top left objective. It's not a bad idea. Rolling shots into Great Unclean One. Hitting on 4s. And wounding on 2s. Oof. 2 at AP -5. See if Alex can save it. Saves 1. 3d3 damage. Oh boy, here we go. Ah, that's gonna hurt. 7. Let's see if we can get up in the field of pains here. Come on. And he's down. Shieldbreaker missile is lost.
Now there's a gaping hole in the middle of the battlefield.
Yeah,
leaving wide open cultists to fend for themselves.
That Great Unclean One took a lot of damage.
We got some hype in chat, hoping these shots land.
Plague Bear's taking some 5-ups. Block 2, take 3. All saved, jeez. Sorry, all feel no pain.
That must feel pretty good for Alex.
Yeah. Two Twin-Link Meltas firing into the same target. AP -4. So, okay. It was 3 flat damage. Trying to track exactly what's going on there.
There's +2 damage, I believe, because of the size of the unit.
Probably due to range if it was Melta.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you're right. You're right.
Because I don't think Melta guns are blast. I believe this is the Siegebreaker cannons. Hitting on 4s, winning on 3s. This is onto the larger squad of Plague Bearers.
Ooh, there's lots of ones there. Alex is going to want those ones for the morale.
3, 3, 1, 1, 2. So he's taking feel no pains. 1 down, 2 down. There's the 2, another 1 down, 1 down, and oh, didn't make any of those. Jeez. White shooting phase has concluded. It's going to be bad news for that Armiger in the bottom center.
Units getting smaller.
Getting smaller, but he's still got a mostly full unit of Plague Bearers up in the top.
Bottom of turn around 2. It's interesting to see what's going to happen from here. I think this is a tipping point in the game where I think if Alex isn't careful, he could get wiped off the board and free up Wyatt to capture those
Ooh.
objectives and catch up in the primaries.
Castellan coming in hot. He's not messing around. Didn't quite make the charge. He's considering spending CP to reroll, and he is not. Paladin now is multi-charging into Cultist and the remaining Blight Hauler. Top score is Alex. He went first, and the bottom score is Wyatt. I will label those after we go on our next break.
No CP to Overwatch there.
Yeah, Alex burned out a lot of his CP early in the game, but I think it was worth it for the most part, except for all the times you rerolled 1s and the 1s. But, you know, I do that too.
Trying to balance the 9 on the objective marker there. I don't know. I'm a little scared it's going to fall over and break. These knights can be so expensive, but they're so beautiful.
They are. So the Armiger on the bottom center, this is not in close combat, is attempting a 12-inch charge, and came close with the 3. Crusaders attempted to charge the Demon Prince.
Ooh, not quite.
7 gonna make it.
He's going to make it around the bend, too.
Whoa. Considering
He's going to
Considering
reroll it.
reroll.
Wyatt's putting some thoughts into his game plan here.
Yeah, he's considering seeing if there's anything he can use to get in there. Nope, no CP reroll. He's going straight into combat. Spending 2 attacks from the Chainsword into the Blight Hauler, and the rest of the Stompy Feet attacks into the Cultists. Two solid hits, strength 14. Going to be wounding on 2s, and that's 2. It's going to be bad news for that Blight Hauler. He might be able to wipe these.
Bad rolls on Alex's end. Always frustrating.
Yeah, 12 damage. See if he can feel no pain away 12 damage. Nope. No explosion. That Blight Hauler's gone.
Here's a close-up of the knights. I'm not sure if you can see or if you have an opportunity to notice the glowing yellow on the top. White did a great job painting these guys. Love the weathering effect. Cultists are taking hits.
Yep, Cultists take 3 Stompy Feet, and they are down. But they've survived. So that's really good news for Alex. While he did lose that Blight Hauler, he does have objective secured units within range of the objective. That's going to give him at least 2 objectives at the end of this round, up to 3.
Looks like that Blight Hauler didn't explode.
It
which
did not.
Is a bummer because they explode on a 4-up, and he had 3 chances. All 3
Right.
missed it. fighting back.
This is the Demon Prince fighting against the Armiger down there, since all the charging units have gone. Hitting on 2s. Three at -2, 2 damage each. And he takes 1 mortal wound from Blades of Putrefaction. Whoa! Blocks 2 with boxcars. Takes 1. Down to 3. The unit is down to 1 wound. Cultists piling in. They're the bravest cultists anywhere. That paladin only has 4 wounds left, so it's not impossible for 5 cultists to kill it. Sorry, 6 cultists left. Hitting on 4s. 4 hits. Come on, 6s. No 6s. Alright, well, guess that's not going to work out. Plague Bearers and Cultists need to take morale. Cultists in the bottom taking morale. They suffer morale failure, lose 1. And 2 more run. Oh man. Morale check on the Plague Bearers, looking for 1s. And it's a 2 and a 4, not good. But they might still save or make the morale check. Total of 7 with the lost units. Leadership is currently 6, so they are going to suffer morale, or suffer from attrition here. Lose 1. 8 remaining. 8 attrition tests, or 7 attrition tests. He automatically loses 2 for sloppity bippity boppity in there. Seven attrition tests. 1s and 2s running. Loses 3 more. Down to 4. Now the larger squad's taking a morale check, and they fish for 1 and succeed. D6 return. 2.
That always feels good. That basically resets the 2 that he lost in the first round.
Yeah. The inverse morale check. End of round scoring. Wyatt gets attrition. He did kill a Psyker in the Great Unclean One, so he gets Abhor the Witch. Abhor the Witch did just change recently in their points values, so they're going to need to know the updated values. I believe it's 2 and 3 instead of 4 and 5. So we're going to do some bookkeeping here. We're going to get reset for the top of round 3. So we're going to take a quick break, and we will be right back. All right, welcome back. We are now at the top of round 3. We've had a very eventful 2 rounds here. Um, Alex had a really great couple rounds of getting board control. We have now updated the scores, so Alex was able to score 15 points for the first 2 rounds. He's got a pretty good lead, but Wyatt's coming back strong. He had a bad round of doing damage with his paladin attacking the Great Unclean One. Focusing fire into there, we really thought that was going to do a down 1 turn, but it didn't quite work out. He's now advancing across the board, trying to regain control and trying to get those primaries up. He is doing well in the secondaries, though. So we're going to flip over to the main board here and start round 3.
Again, thank you all for joining us. We're at an interesting breaking point between the two armies. If the Knights can really swing control of the objective markers here, we'll begin to see those points racking up for Wyatt. But for now, Alex has control of those, and he's been in control now at the top of turn 3, and he is going first. So he's able to rack up another another round of points, basically maxing out his primaries. One thing I forgot to note is in the bottom right corner, there are Nurglings holding that objective. And in the top right, we have a unit of 7 cultists holding that objective. They're not visible from the overhead cam, but I want to let you guys know that is why that we're seeing so many points going towards Alex's side.
Yeah, so he was able to max out his primaries for rounds 1 and round 2. Or sorry, round 2 and 3. So, all right.
To round 3, here we go. Moving the plague bearers up.
And just to be clear, I did tabulate the primary scoring for the top of 3 here for Alex. That's why he's got 15 points for round 2 and 15 points for round 3 on primaries.
Fun fact, Wyatt did enter one of his knights into our local stores or onboard gaming painting competition. We do a painting competition with every crusade that we do. And for our winter crusade, Wyatt did enter. You can vote if you'd like to participate. It's a bit.ly link, so bit.ly/O, B, beyond the veil, T, V. So, and then -vote, V. So that is bit.ly/OBG beyond the veil -vote. Be sure to check that out in our Discord. Or you can find our links in Reddit. Should be able to see a link in chat as well if you're watching on Twitch. We'll be sure to put something in the description when we upload this to YouTube as well.
So Alex is continuing his board control strategy here. It's been doing really well for him so far. He's had a hard time with secondaries, and now you see him doing a very precision move with those cultists. We call that the slide and shuffle. Anyone who uses horde armies is going to be very familiar with this high precision maneuver.
We've got chat saying that we need a John Madden and a teleprompter.
Absolutely. I can't do an impersonation of that, but if you want to, Taylor, go ahead.
If you guys tune in long enough, maybe you'll get a Chick Hearn impression. We'll find out.
I don't follow sports, so I have no idea who that is, but I will assume is that good or bad? I don't understand.
It's good.
It's good? Okay.
It may have something to do with the refrigerator.
Refrigerator. Teach me your ways. I'm super surprised that that armature in the bottom center is still alive.
I'm
But
almost
it's-
surprised that Prince is still alive.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
entire combat exchange has lasted 2 combat rounds.
I know, right? And Alex does have a Demon Prince of Nurgle just chilling kind of in the center board there. I'm interested to see what he's going to do with that. All right, so Alex has finally remembered that he can take actions with his units to capture objectives and gain extra points based on the secondary, and this is the mission-specific secondary. He's activated on the cultists in the top right, the Nurglings in the bottom right, and one of the Plaguebringer units in the top left. So that will be 3. He will be getting a lot of secondary objective points if he's able to survive with those units until the start of his next command phase.
In case you're just tuning in, there is a unit in the top right building, and there's a unit in the bottom right building. We've got 3 Nurglings guarding that bottom right objective marker that's being stepped on by the knight down there. And we have 7 cultists in the top right building. You can see that OBG marker. It looks like it's alone over there in the corner of the battlefield. They are being secured. 3 mortal wounds just applied.
That is from a smite. Down to 1. That is the most resilient Armature Warglaive we've seen. Demon Prince with tickle fingers there, adjusting some settings on that Warglaive.
Looks like he's finishing his psychic phase.
Attempting to smite again against that Castellan.
Needed a 7. Looks like it goes off. No? Maybe not. If you're a Nurgle fan, let's see some comments in chat. Give Alex some encouragement. All is ash when it comes to Nurgle. All is ash.
Cultists are firing. Cultists with their Strength 3 no AP weapons, obviously one of the most damaging units in the game, are going to be firing at that armature in the bottom. Hitting on forwards, we're re-rolling ones. That is actually extremely good accuracy for cultists. As an Imperial Guard player, I am a little bit jealous. Strength 3, tough 7, need 6s.
Does he have the buff on 5s? No?
No.
He got 1 in, 1 saved.
1 and saved.
The Knight Paladin is still standing.
With the Blight Haulers down, Alex does not really have any real shooting power left, so we're straight onto the charge phase.
The princes can be dangerous if left unattended to. Sounds like he's going to send his demon prince.
9-inch charge?
Let's hope
That's
he
going to
gets
be a
it.
rough one.
Ah.
Not
Is he
good
gonna CP
enough.
it? Nope, no CP.
Cultists are going in there.
I think they're in.
Was that a 3-inch charge?
It looks like it's a 2-inch charge.
Oh, he makes
but
it.
It will get him within the 1-inch engagement range, so he sneaks in there. And it looks like he's piling in a little early, maybe. Wyatt's helping him out.
Cultists are fixing bayonets, jumping on in there.
See what these cultists can do against those gigantic stompy feet of a knight. Basically, right now, they're just scratching the itchy shins of a titanic unit.
But I believe that knight is now down to 3 wounds, is that correct?
That's what it looks like. At the beginning of Wyatt's turn, I believe it heals D3 wounds, so we'll see what happens here. If it blows up, that could also hurt not only the cultists that are charging it, but if those Nurglings are within range, they could also take some damage.
That is true. Looks like that's the only charge, so we're going right into the activation and pile in.
Wyatt helping his opponent out there kindly.
So the entire unit -2 are able to fight. Alex is activating. It's going to be 18 attacks.
If you're unfamiliar with the 9th edition engagement rules, units or models within the same unit that are within half an inch of a model that is within half an inch of their opponent unit, they can fight. So those 2 outliers you see out there on the left side of the screen, they are unable to attack.
These are all strength 3 attacks, so you're going to need 6s. Only 1.
That does not feel good.
And he bounces it.
I think these cultists will be better off if they start pulling hoses rather than swinging weapons at them.
Yeah, for some reason that 2-story tall robot was not affected by stab wounds. So weird.
Fighting back. Wyatt lands 2. The extra strength here into those cultists may not be as effective.
I believe he's going into the Demon Prince.
Oh, is he?
Yep.
Okay, yep, you're right. Saved.
Woo!
That prince lives to fight.
Demon Prince down to 2 wounds left.
Let's see what he can do on the way back.
Demon Prince is elected to attack back. Reroll on the 1s, hitting on 2s.
Is that an exploding 6?
Wounding on 4s. Strength 7, tough 7. Let's see if we can chip this 1 wound. 2 go through, 5 ups. Just needs 1. Oh,
got it.
whoa. CP reroll, maybe?
Is he going for it? He's thinking
about it.
Pens out.
It's getting late in the game.
And-
That CP is valuable. Weighing the options here.
6 up, feel no pain. He's taking it. Alex brings it
No.
down.
Oh,
Wow.
that's down. Yep.
No explosion because he is not Titanic. He is a vehicle, though.
No explosion.
Oh, almost exploded. That was a close one. A 5 was rolled. Looks like a magnetic piece on that knight fell off. Wyatt is teasing Alex that he owes him $40 for breaking his model. Looks like he's gonna compile, heading towards the paladin.
Consolidating 3 inches towards nearest the unit, which we've measured out is the paladin. It's going in there.
That's secondary points for Alex. He did take out a vehicle. I don't think the Titan Slayer secondary actually applies here. Which is
No, it was not a
unfortunate.
Titanic unit.
So only the 3 massive units you see that are knights, those are the ones that count towards the secondary. The model that he just took out, unfortunately, does not count. Looks like our paladin is fighting back. He is bracketed, so his attacks characteristics drop.
And he's only hitting on 5s.
Ouch.
For nothing.
These cultists may lock him up. He's keeping him outside of the range of the Nurglings, which is helpful. See if the prince might finish him off. The prince might move elsewhere. We'll see what Alex does.
All right, so 2 cultists went down. We had to recalculate the stompy feet attacks there.
We lost overhead. We lost the overhead.
These are the 2 cultists that are remaining. They hit and do not wound. All right, we are at the morale phase. So yes, he did use Stompy Feet on there. I'm not sure why a couple were rolled initially, but he ended up with only 2 wounds on the unit. All right, we are moving to the bottom of turn 3.
Just an update, the overhead camera's battery is being replaced, so hang in there while we view the beautiful paint job on this Demon Prince here. He has 2 wounds remaining, but unlike a vehicle, he doesn't bracket, does he, Eric?
Who's that?
The Demon Prince here in our shot.
I believe they do not bracket.
They do not
Yes,
bracket.
they do not.
One of the advantages that I think Alex's model has against the other unit in the bottom corner there, or the bottom edge. Is that a Warglaive down there?
There's 1 Warglaive in the bottom center, and then he's had that Knight Paladin at 4 wounds, I think down to 3, surviving way longer than it should have. The Paladin is being disengaged from close combat.
That Warglaive has 7, or sorry. The Warglaive has 12 wounds, so if you can bracket him down long enough, that Prince may actually be able to take him out without sacrificing his own life. Wyatt planning his moves. He's making sure that Demon Prince dies. Let's see what he does. Trying to get that the Nurglings off of the objective.
Yeah, those Nurglings have been holding that objective for a couple rounds now. They've really been helping Alex out, so he's going to need to get them out of there somehow.
I don't think there's a chance that Wyatt's going to be able to get that top right objective, so he definitely needs to focus his attention on getting those primaries. And I think this is an area where Knights struggle.
Yeah, the board control is it's really hard to get. So we did disengage that Paladin. Ooh, almost knocking over
Wobbly model.
Castile in there. Yep.
Is he going to have to owe himself $40 there? Or?
Yes. Moving that Crusader up. Now, if those cultists are in the window there, he's going to be able to hit them. But I'm wondering if he's going to be focusing fire on that Demon Prince.
Interesting maneuver there, pulling him away to take back that objective marker.
Yeah.
When I thought he would possibly move them up to try to take out that Plague Bearer unit.
Mm-hmm.
14-inch move normally here, only moving 12 due to difficult terrain.
We try and block with the Telfrin. Moving on to the shooting phase. Thermal Spear into Demon Prince. Heavy Stubbers into the Cultist, taking 1 out. 3 hits, or 3 attacks hitting on 4s. Strength 8, tough 7, wounding on 3s. And nothing, double 2s. Man, that 2 wound Demon Prince is hanging in there. Rapid fire. The Paladin firing rapid fire battle cattle into the cultists.
I wonder if Wyatt is aware that the Demon Prince in the middle of the board is actually not within range of that other unit, so he could be a target. There's Alex removing terrain to show off his unit there.
The brave 10-man squad that's been holding that the entire game.
I think he's down to 7 units or 7 models remaining in that unit.
Heavy stubber into the single cultist. The bravest of all the cultists. And nothing.
He survives.
Cultist survives. Ducks, dodges, and weaves around the heavy bolter fire.
I have images of Luke Skywalker and a wide open field.
Lots of shots going into that cultist blob.
Let's see what he can do here.
These are going to hurt.
AP -2, no saves.
Ooh, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
It hurts.
So the cultists are removed and replaced with a fine pink mist. That was 10. AP -2 shots. Crusader is going to fire its rocket pod into the building where the cultists are sitting on the objective in the top right. Every other gun is going into that Demon Prince directly in front of it.
And this Fury?
14 shots.
Let's see if this Crusader can take him out.
No bonus shots on this one.
Again, I'm really surprised that White's still splitting his shots.
Strength 6, tough 7. So we can need 5s. Oh no. Oh no. 3.
4 at AP -2. 5 up invul.
Two go through. Demon Prince is now down to 6.
Crusader's heavy flamer. Thermal cannon. Heavy D6.
Oh, for
Ooh,
1.
That
Man,
does not feel good.
those D6 attacks, man.
You know, Eric,
So
there's
swingy.
one thing you can do is play strategically, but you cannot defend against bad rolls.
That is correct. All right. CP reroll into a 5. All hits and wound on 3s. It's not too bad. Nice recovery from the 1s. 2 5-ups incoming. None of them?
Missed.
Oh boy.
He's rolling 2 dice for the damage characteristics for both shots.
Seven inbound damage. Oh
First
man,
roll of dice.
not a single one of those feel no pains saved, and that Demon Prince is down. Helverin's firing at the other Demon Prince. Ooh, that is tough. That is getting him points for both Abhor the Witch and Assassinate.
Wow, it's 10 shots coming in hot. Knights fans, let's hear it. We gotta get these dice to get there. This is 3s into the Demon Prince.
Hitting on 3s, winning on 3s.
4 saves here.
4 4-ups. These are all AP -1.
Wow.
This is 1,
Takes
jeez.
1, and he will not go down.
It's 3 flat damage. He's got to make 2 of them.
didn't
No!
quite
Oh,
get it.
man.
There goes Mr. Ticklefingers.
Ticklefingers flies away. He had a good run. Alex is
Knights.
rapidly running out of models here, but he still has board control.
Knights are really performing now. The first 2 turns, it definitely looked like they were struggling. Now we're actually seeing some action. We got Call's Wrath. He's going to try to take out these Plague Bearers.
Yep. Those things have been annoying the entire game. They've been difficult to shift. And he's just focusing fire in there now. He's got to push him off that point if he wants to get any primaries for the rest of the game. I'll get out of this.
There's the rolls. It's not looking good. Tried his best to survive that one, didn't quite get there.
Yep.
Moving on to the next weapon characteristic. Wounding on 2s, both wound. AP 3. Two dead.
Cole's Wrath, another 12 shots hitting on 4s. These are all trying to remove those Plague Bearer squads. Putting on 2s. Two more down.
Call's Wrath is the beautifully painted plasma glowy weapon you see there on that Knight Castellan. It's a heavy 2d6, strength 8, AP -4, 2 damage weapon, and it can be supercharged to give it extra strength and damage.
The Warglaive. So we're on to the charge phase. Warglaive has declared charge against Nurglings and succeeded. Paladin's going to be charging all the cultists.
Looks like we may have another situation here with rookie versus legend. I noticed that the Knight Paladin didn't base to base with the cultists. So those cultists can pile in closer to the objective marker.
Right. And only one needs to survive in order to have OBSEC. Helverin charging in.
Bold move.
Probably not the best unit or use of a Helverin, but so we activated the Helverin in there first. Was able to knock out 2 of these plague bearers. Alex does not have enough CP left to interrupt right now, but with what he's got, I don't think it's going to necessarily matter. Wyatt is activating the Armored Warglaive in the bottom right to fight against Nurglings. He's going to be swinging in, hitting on 4s. Oh, good roll.
It's not going to be able to clear the unit, but he's getting there. No saves on these guys, unfortunately. Oh, yeah, there are saves. Didn't quite get there. Needed 1 more AP. Don't forget, we have in this corner, there are Nurglings hiding behind the terrain. That'll be an interesting fight.
So even with all the attacks going through, he's only able to kill 2 of the 3 bases since they are 4 wounds each, and it's 3 flat per hit.
Lost the overhead. We lost the overhead.
So Wyatt did use Machine Spirit Resurgence again to operate the top bracket. He stompy feeded the remaining cultist that was holding the objective there, but the Nurgling base is still there and is still OBSEC.
There they go. Removed from the table.
Cultists just cannot stand up to the stompy feet of a Knight Paladin.
The objective marker is still being held. There is a Nurgling
By
hanging out
one
in that corner.
Nurgling base.
And he does have OBSEC.
Nurglings are striking back.
We've got our cameraman. You can kind of see they're reaching into the corner of the shot. We're going to get our overhead cam back in a moment. Thanks for hanging in. Out of curiosity, I know a lot of people like to tune in and do something else at the same time. Maybe you're painting or modeling. Maybe you're just kicking it with a family watching this on the big screen. Let us know in chat. How do you watch OBG's live stream?
Alright, so Nurgling bases attack and do a wound and take damage. Nurglings have successfully chomped on the foot of one of the armatures.
Crusader taking some damage there.
Alright, taking morale checks on the Plague Bearers. Oh, the Plague Bearer unit closest to Sloppy Bow Piper regens 5. Once again, in combination of, I believe it's the banner, they get D6 back on a morale check of 1. Sorry, it's the demonic icon that's doing that, not the banner.
Alex reviewing his rules. Leadership's looking good there.
Yep, this is the morale check on the cultists that were in the top left. All right, to end the round, we're doing some bookkeeping as we go into the top of 4. We are going to get an update here. We're going to get an updated score sheet, update scores here. We're going to take a real quick break, and we will be right back.
Thanks for tuning in. See you shortly. turns that he completely missed.
So I've been notified on the stream that we're not actually making any noises. So I have decided to turn the microphone on and continue talking.
I hear that helps.
I have tried to pantomime, but that apparently is not a good way to do it over a stream.
And I need to brush up on my sign language. So let's try this again, guys.
And
welcome back to the stream.
Welcome back to the
Eric
stream.
is going to plug back in his headphones. He's getting animated
I'm
over
gonna
here
take
because
these
he's
off right
so
now.
excited about what's going on in turn 4.
I was so excited, so excited. All right, so short version of what I just said. I mean, I can't really replicate the words I said because they were so good, but a slightly worse version is Wyatt's got an uphill battle right now. Alex has taken the lead. He's been scoring maximum primaries for the last 3 rounds, so he's maxed out effectively on those. He's not been doing as well on secondaries, mostly because the Knights have been extremely resilient to damage, and he's just not been able to take any down and get the points for Titan Slayer. Wyatt's been doing very well on his secondaries, but has not had significant board control and has not been scoring well on the primaries. So as we go into the last couple of rounds, Wyatt does have an uphill battle, like I said, but due to changes in FAQ, he will be able to score on the last battle round at the end of his turn. So hopefully, for him, he's going to be able to make up some of the loss there. So, all right, here we go into top of round 4.
Thank you guys for tuning in. Welcome back. We appreciate your guys' viewership, and players are going to begin their turn 4. Again, if you guys have any comments, any questions, anything, you could put that in chat now as we're live on Twitch. Again, this video will be posted to our Twitch channel when the game is over, as well as to our YouTube channel. We will be monitoring comments in YouTube as well, so your comments will be read. We're counting up primaries, counting up secondaries.
So just to clarify a little bit for our viewers, we did have to swap out our overhead cam due to some technical difficulties. So the board has flipped.
Our board is reversed at this point, so we're actually looking at this from Alex's perspective now. The board is upside down, and Wyatt is now on the top edge. Our dice cam now lines up with our players as well, so you'll see dice being rolled from the respective ends that the players are coming from. Alex making his moves.
He's keeping those Plague Bears that are already that were capturing the objective there. He cannot make a fallback move here without not being able to take his action. Because of the secondaries he took, he does need to take actions with the troops that are on the points. Right now he's been doing it with the cultists in the now bottom left and the Plague Bearers in the bottom right. The Nurglings also, I believe, the cultists that were doing it in the top left have been eliminated by the stampy feet of the Paladin there.
I think one thing that Wyatt is unaware of is that these Plague Bearers can actually fight. We'll see what happens.
They can do damage if appropriately buffed.
Not so much like the cultists, though, that we saw in previous rounds.
Yes. Cultist OP, please nerf. So yes, he can pile in and surround that armature. I mean, he'll probably have to do a charge move from the second larger Plague Bearer blob. And because that knight, I guess the knight, is not a Titanic unit, it cannot fall back over enemy models.
In theory, he could be triangulated into combat. See Wyatt's hand over there in the upper left-hand corner, measuring, seeing if he can get some objective markers away from Nurglings. Alex quite proud he's just outside of range.
Going into the psychic phase now. Smiting that armature. That is an armature Helverin. It is not particularly good at close combat, but it can still fire its weapons. Failed smite. Alex will be using his last command point to reroll the smite. Going off on a 8, and doing 2 mortal wounds. Yeah, Alex has had extremely swingy psychic checks this entire game. He started out really bad, rolling multiple, um,
Is it too late to do actions?
rolling multiple perils of the warp, even with rerolls. But then kind of hit a stride in round 2 and 3, making a lot of checks.
These two? That guy. Okay. So I don't have any shooting.
All right, that's it for the psychic phase. Moving on to shooting. Alex has absolutely no units that can shoot now. Moving directly into the charge phase. Alex measuring out how to go around the existing Plague Bearer unit.
A 10-inch charge into that.
Looks like a... Oh, he's charging with Sloppity Bile Piper. 10-inch charge. Trying to get all the way around that unit.
Wow.
Not a 10.
Always
Not going
worth-
to happen.
Always worth the attempt, though.
Yep. The larger Plague Bearer unit is charging. And they are moving on in.
Can these things stomp out? No, they can't. I know.
Alex moving on in there to try and tri-point this armiger. Tri-pointing with 15 guys. That's going to mean a bad time for Wyatt here. If he can't eliminate enough of these units, or these models, it's going to be stuck there and not be able to fire on those units. Now, there is a universal stratagem that allows a model to attempt to flee through other models, but there is a possibility of dying, and I'm not sure if that's infantry only or not. So that was a dangerous move with the Sloppity Bile Piper as a character and as a psyker. Oh no, he's not a psyker, is he? It's the Poxbringer that's a psyker. So yes, he would get points for Assassinate though. But not for Abhor the Witch.
Alex counting his units here. Trying to figure out how many attacks he can make. 17 including the Sergeant. Sergeant gets that extra attack.
The Sergeant of the Poxbringers.
Correct.
They're so well organized.
Hitting on 4s. He's wounding on 3s. Lots of 1s there, that hurts. Ouch. Alex's rolls have been night and day. Sometimes he rolls amazingly well, sometimes he rolls amazingly terribly. Super swinging for him.
Yep.
1 wound. 1
One damage. And
dramatic!
it's saved.
Saved.
Oh.
Oh, that does not feel good.
0 damage. Armiger is now taking his guns and poking the Poxbringers. Or Blight somebody's. I don't know who they are anymore. Plague Bearers.
Something that starts with a P and ends with an R.
The Nurgle guys.
Missed it.
Hitting the smaller unit. Plague Bearers there. Taking 1 wound. that's it. Over to the morale phase.
Do I press? Engage on all fronts there, tallied up.
Oops. All right, so looks like Wyatt's going to attempt to use Desperate Breakout. It is 2 CP. It is for any model. And you can attempt to escape from being tri-pointed there, or multi-pointed, I guess, stuck. However, on a roll of 1, you will lose the entire model. So if he does this, he's going to free up those plague bearers to be shot at, but he's also going to offline that Helverin for the entire round. So he will be using 2 CP for Desperate Breakout.
The Knights are looking good right now, but the game may come down to points.
Yeah, the Nurgle forces here are dwindling very quickly, but I don't know. Alex still has quite an advantage as in the primaries department, so we'll see.
Oops. Wyatt knocking over terrain, saying he is the biggest knight on the board. One of the big changes for a lot of players going from 8th to 9th is the objective markers. Alex, with his background in Warhammer, is having to make essentially a bigger adjustment going from 8th to 9th. Going from trying to remove your opponent from the battlefield versus strategically scoring those objectives. And it looks like Alex is succeeding in this area. Wyatt, to my understanding, has only played in 9th. So what he's looking at is all essentially new to him. It's looking like this is going to be a close game here, folks. And if Wyatt is able to table him, it may look good if this were an 8th edition game, but it will still come down to points. Let's see what he can do. Just a refresher, the Armiger was able to break out using 2 CP, 2 command points, 2 Desperate Breakout. Dice is rolled on that one. If it's a 1, unfortunately he loses the model. But he was able to roll a 4, and his Armiger is unable to do anything else the rest of the turn. The strategy there, I think Wyatt was going for, was being able to shoot out those massive hordes of plague bearers, seeing if he can make a dent in what's going on down there.
So we're on to the shooting phase. That armature in the top left is firing its heavy stubber into the Nurglings in front of it,
Remember, there are Nurglings down there in that building. We just can't see them.
which are capturing the objective in the top left. So the Paladin now is firing its rapid-fire battle cannon into the Plague Bearers. That thing, man, I was really expecting that thing to go down turn 2 easy. It got down to, I think, 3 wounds. It's been regenerating a wound every turn. It's been charged several times. I just can't believe it's still standing. -2 into those Plague Bearers. Needs 5s to save. Nothing. Doing damage.
Looks like our microphone's a little too good. You probably heard me whispering in the background there. You may win a prize if you can tell me what I said.
So I did see the question about secondaries. Secondaries right now, we have Alex has Titan Slayer, which he unfortunately has not scored at all. Engage on all fronts, which he has been pretty good at scoring. And Siphon Power, which also did score him quite a few points. White took Attrition, which kind of betrayed him in the first couple rounds. Abhor the Witch, which has done pretty well. And Assassinate, which has also done well.
Also, just a reminder, one of the FAQ updates recently for the second turn player, they can still scramble at the end of turn 5 to try to get any extra points. Their points, instead of being scored at the end of the command phase, or the start of the command phase, their points are scored at the end of the turn.
Yeah, there's a lot of firepower left on the board, especially the shooting power of these knights is really very good. And he's just decimating the remaining Nurgle forces.
Castellan making hits.
I think if that Nurgle base up in the top left, if that survives another round of close combat with that armature, it might make the game. But it's really going to depend on the dice rolls that come in there.
Alex really trying to hang on here. deltas from the Castellan.
Two wounds in there. Need some fives. Got one.
It's a close one, guys. Cannon coming up next. 12 shots on 4s. We do have one Nurgle left in the top left corner, and I think that will actually be Alex's way to clutch it. I am also unsure, but I think our bottom left building may have some cultists left.
Yeah, there's cultists in the bottom left, but they're directly in front of that Crusader, so odds are not great.
We just have Sloppity Bile Piper. Is he the only character left on the board?
I believe he is. No, the Poxbringer I think is still there.
Ah, so there could be extra assassinate points from Wyatt's secondary. And I don't see any problems with him gathering those points up.
No. Knight Castellan is going for gold into the Plague Bearers there. He's really trying to just kill the rest of the stuff there. He is pulling himself off the point though. So this could be a dangerous move if he can't do enough damage.
Is he going to eclipse that model? Is he going to disappear? Nope. Nurgle fans, let's hear it. Let us know in chat if you want Alex to win. Knights fans, let's hear it.
For the Emperor, come on.
If you guys want Wyatt to win, let us know.
So currently, right this second, Alex does control 3 of the 4 objectives.
If one of Wyatt's knights fall over and break, then Alex automatically wins.
Stompy feet, wounding on 2s. 5 up field, or sorry, 5 up invols. D3 each. Feeling the pain fails, and feeling the pain almost fails. So 2 more down. Stompy feet did not do enough damage there.
Is he gonna get it? Is Alex gonna get it?
Knight Paladin did charge the Nurglings in the top left and is using its Reaper Chainsword to massively overkill those Nurglings. It looks like it's doing the swing attack, not the harder hitting, less attacks attack. 4 successful hits, wounding on 2s. Oh, 2 go through. Takes 3.
Oh.
1 wound remaining.
Unbelievable.
60 rerolls down to 1. There's 2 wounds remaining on that one Nurgle base in the top left corner.
That is amazing.
The Armiger in the top left is the only unit left to fight in the fight phase for Wyatt's army. If he can't kill that base, then Alex is going to end this turn with control of 3 out of the 4 objectives. That is incredible. The cultists in the bottom left did not get charged. They are still alive. They were still alive, right? They didn't get shot off the board?
No, I think they're still there.
They are still there.
Moving on 2s. Oh my goodness! The rolls are in Alex's favor, folks. The blessings of Nurgle, if that's a thing. Oh my gosh! Unbelievable! This is such a swingy, emotional roller coaster. I don't know if I should cry or cheer.
I accept your conceit. You know, good game.
I think the players need to remember that the second player's turn can score points at the end of their turn. That would be Wyatt. If he can hustle and get those extra points, if he can get those characters off the board, he gets points for those secondaries. I don't think... Does he have any more Psychers on the board?
He's got one, Poxbringer.
Yeah, there's even secondary points with that Poxbringer.
Oh, man.
It's coming down to the points,
It
folks.
is.
And will he survive? Remember, the Helverin at the bottom fell back. You can't do anything till the end of the turn. So that was almost a disadvantage
more
for
chance.
Wyatt. I wonder what would have happened. No, I think he did make the right call.
He did make the right call because it allowed everyone else to fire into that group. It's just those Poxbringers, man, they just... Or Plaguebringers, sorry.
Plaguebringers, yep.
No, Plague Bearers.
One of those. Starts with the P, ends with an R.
The Plague Epoxy Bringer Bearers have just absorbed so much firepower this game. It's insane. Absolutely insane.
Meanwhile, the Castellan left the objective marker it was on. Could that come back around to bite Wyatt in the butt?
Well, I mean, I think the point was to murder everything on every point, and then it wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah,
But it's
it
just
didn't
those,
succeed.
those Plague Bearers, man.
It hurts.
Strength 5 against that Castellan. Need 5s. Plague weapons, so got 3. Plague Bearers chipping away there. Taking morale checks. Failed check.
Sloppity Bile Piper again. Just a refresher. Causes 2 to flee in a failed morale. 8 to roll on ones. Another one would flee. Each one, another one flees.
Oh no. Morale check takes out 3 more. He's running out of
Doesn't feel
Plague
good.
Bearers.
There's attrition for Wyatt.
Yep. Gained some extra points on attrition. And I think we're going to go to top 5 here without a break and just finish this off. We're going to do a little bit of bookkeeping.
Starting turn 5, Alex is beginning his turn.
But I do get a point for the Nurgle. Okay, so movement phase.
So Alex did score 1 more point for his secondary as the Nurgling performed an action on that point.
We'll take it. Anything we can get.
Oops, I need to slightly update a little more. And he's capped out on primaries and can gain no more points there.
What do you want in combat anymore?
Plague Bearer unit, bottom right, which is not in combat. They're just consolidating on top of that point and are probably just going to sit there.
We have some comments in chat about math. It can be hard sometimes. Eric, you're good at math. I'm gonna ask you just off the top of your head, what is the square root of 7? Do you know?
Somewhere near 2.645, I think, rounding.
Oh, does someone have a calculator? Let me check that real quick. Oh my gosh! Oh my god, he's right! How'd you know that?
Well, I mean, sometimes when you get down to like the thousandths, that can be off a little bit.
You were spot on. Wow, I'm impressed. So that's the reason why we have Eric do the math here, not me.
So that's movement. I'm in psychic phase.
Moving to psychic phase.
Yeah, this is gonna be a real quick turn for the Nurgle players. Movement done, psychic phase. Smite onto that Helverin. Papa Nurgle Bless rolls a 7 for 1 whole mortal wound. Only 8 more rounds and you can kill that.
Sloppy Biopiper is charging into your.
No shooting, going to charging. Sloppity Bobble Booper is charging that Helverin.
Now, you probably know this better than me. Is Sloppity Piper good in melee?
He is absolutely not.
Oh, interesting.
No.
Why would he charge? Is he trying to keep the Helverin away from the objective marker, or what are your thoughts on that? I guess he can only shoot in that group, right?
I'm thinking the real overall strategy here is because he can.
Yes. So are you maybe assuming that Alex has given up here, or is there an actual strategy behind it?
I think the strategy really is just too complex for us to comprehend.
That's probably it. Now that's 1 unit of Plague Bears on the objective marker, right?
I believe so.
I think by putting those 2 characters in combat and they survive, it will prevent Wyatt from getting those secondaries. Just a theory. We'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, but he can always pull that Helverin out or just fire at it with the Helverin with its guns. I don't know.
Get the bolters.
Maybe, yeah.
We'll have to find out.
So clearly, something here had more melee firepower than I was expecting. And Wyatt just took 2d3 damage on that Helverin in close combat. So
Sloppity up to 3 attacks.
So that was the Poxbringer, I believe, that was attacking in close combat.
He did something.
Yeah.
That Helverin is not fitted for combat.
Not close combat. No, not at all.
He's got his stompy feet.
He can fire his guns in there, though, if they're not blast.
Yeah, during his turn.
Yep. Yeah, the Armature Autocannon is not blast.
Interesting. So he essentially gets to do combat now and get a turn
Yeah,
with
he can
shooting
just,
and a possible another turn with more combat. So maybe that was a bad move on Alex's end.
it depends. It's the guns that's really going
That's
to
right.
make it.
Did Alex max out his primary points? Is that the reason why he was only able to score 1 at
Yeah.
the start of his turn?
Yep, 45 is max you can score on
Oh,
either primary or
that feels
secondary.
bad. This is a close game here, folks. Thank you again for tuning in. Let us know what you think in chat.
Holy moly. The Nurgling shrugs off close combat attacks. Yeah, so that Nurgling base took all the attacks from the Armature in the top left and just ate it, yeah. That's fine. All right, Reaper Chainsword into that Nurgling base, top left. Let's go. Hitting on 5s because that is a really bracketed. Okay, need 2s. 2.
Ooh. Really hold on there. Oh, wow.
What? Oh, still
Took him
did
out.
enough damage.
Gnarly. That was a close one.
Yes.
I think Alex is out of CP to re-roll that.
Yep.
Okay, I bought a lot of dice. These are the ones I keep. They roll.
It is dead. Combat is over. Bottom of 5. Let's go.
Let's see what Wyatt can do here. He just gets 5 points for controlling 1. Is that...
So, because he scores at the end of the round, he can still move his stuff around to get
Oh, that's right.
primaries here. So that's going to help him quite a bit. Is it going to be enough between his primaries and secondaries? Ooh, it's going to be close.
It is going to be extremely close. I wouldn't be surprised if it may even be good on Wyatt to advance his Castellan back to that back objective in case he can't take those models
Alright,
off.
so
Looks like he's not going
He
to.
did push those. Okay, he pushed the Helfern out, so it can't fire. Those 2 characters, I believe, are still in range of the Plague Bearers. So they're going to be lookout surd.
Wyatt's planning out his moves still. Oh, there it is! The knight fell over. Alex automatically wins. Wyatt trying to sneak away with the objective marker. If he can't win the game, he's going to take the marker with him. Getting desperate here the last turn. Bottom of the round. Updating scores now.
Yep.
Wyatt making a 22-inch move. Let's see what he's got here. Six plus. Oh, he's going for it.
I got nothing hidden. I got 7 units on the board. 7 models.
The models that we could not see before, the cultists and the Nurglings, are not under those buildings anymore. So what you see on the board is what is available.
Brand new updated scoring.
Oh god, I didn't look how sure these guys did I? It's 2 inches, right?
3 inches. I had to go grab the sheet to update.
We updated scores now.
60-45 scoring.
This-
Primary scoring is at the end of the round.
This is
It's
amazing.
going to be real close.
This may come down to Alex forgetting the secondary in the first 2 turns. That's 6 points. And if Wyatt is able to take out these characters, he's going to gain the extra secondary points to push him just into the lead.
Yeah.
Man. If anyone knows any good counselors for Alex, we're going to definitely need to support him through this tough time, as sometimes losing a game for simple things that you've forgotten can be the worst. We'll see what happens. Alex's rolls have been amazing. They have been blessed by Nurgle, so there is a very small chance that this could swing either way. There's a very large chance this will swing either way. According to my math skills, there's a 50% chance that Alex will win, and there's a 50% chance that Wyatt will win. And I say that because there's 2 players and one of them will win. 50%.
That is definitely how probability works.
1 out of 2. That's right. I'll be signing autographs later, alone in the corner. Emphasis on alone. 14 shots coming in.
Endless
Doesn't feel
Fury.
good.
Such a good relic.
At this point, Alex is not just going to scoop. With those rolls, wouldn't surprise me if 1 unit survived.
It's going to come down to, wow, some real good saves here at the end. Now these are all 2 damage each, so it's going to be really hard for him to get these Feel No Pains in.
Well, that Helvern fell back, so he has no shots.
Yeah, Helvern's out, but he's really banking on the rest of the combined shots from the other knights to just get him.
All right.
Down to the last 2 characters.
Castellan shots now.
Ooh, this is going to be gross.
All of the research, all of the effort, time, and energy from the Adeptus Mechanicus putting into this model. We'll see if the plasma finishes them off.
So he is going to be splitting fire between the 2 remaining characters. Cultists are not alive. They did get wiped.
We've got Sloppity, Bile Piper left.
Yeah, Sloppity and the Poxbringer are the only 2 left here.
2 character units which will count towards Wyatt's secondary for Assassinate. And
Another
1 for the Psyker for
for
Abhor the Witch.
the Witch. It'll be 3 points. It's character.
If it's assault 3, that's 3 shots and over the enemy.
So yeah, he's got. Call's Wrath is going into Sloppity. All other guns going into the Poxbringer.
Volcano Lance shots.
2d6. Sorry,
He chooses the
1d6.
higher, yep.
Yeah, sorry.
4 shots.
Oh
Ooh.
no!
This is it, folks.
He's
How?
spending CP to reroll one of these because
Oh.
that is. I mean, that's probably going to be game there if you can't kill this one.
The battle
CP
between the
reroll.
rookie- Oh,
That's a hit.
yep.
Strength 14, so we're looking at 2s. AP minus 5. He's got a 5 up.
Misses.
Oh.
No CP to reroll that for Alex.
I'm using that.
He does
Oh,
have
he
a
does
command
have
point.
one.
He is
He's
rerolling
rerolling?
it.
He misses,
Ah, 1
and it goes
into 1.
worse. He needs those for his morale
Oh
test,
my
not for
gosh!
his
Come
saves.
on. 3d3 damage for 5. Here comes the Feel No Pains. Can he save it?
He has 4 wounds. I need 2 of these.
He has 4. He needs to save 2. He gets 2. Wait,
Alive!
he
He's
is
still
alive.
alive. Oh
with
my
1
goodness.
wound left.
That was Sloppity, right? Okay, so
That is Poxbringer alive with 1 wound left and out of charge range of everything.
This may have been the match.
so that wasn't Paul's route. That was the missiles. Volcano.
Okay, missiles now into the Poxbringer.
All the remaining guns on the Castellan are going into the other character. This guy.
I think this is the second weapon into the Poxbringer. I think he did send only one
did.
weapon into the Sloppity Bile
Yeah, it was the Volcano.
Piper.
So many
Still going
attacks.
to the. Yep, it's true. It's the classic vet versus rookie move. It's
Never split your shots.
understanding what will get you the win and how you focus on that win.
Yeah, you need to stack the odds in your favor. Like, horrendously.
I do appreciate, as a relatively newer player myself, learning from other players' mistakes, because I know that even just small things like forgetting secondaries or how you focus your fire could mean the game. There
Alright,
it
so he
is.
did wipe that guy.
So it's 3 points for Abhor the Witch, and an additional, how many points for Assassinate?
I'd have to look it up.
And Sloppity.
These are all going to the Sloppity.
I should have hid behind the building.
This is the last of Alex's models on the board.
Yeah, assassinate's 3 points.
Oh, forgot a plague bearer behind the building. He would have died in the overkill from the last shots at that unit.
So that's 6 more for killing Poxbringer. Sloppity goes down. It's another 3 for 9.
That's game.
I need 6s and 5s. He's dead.
Oh,
Oh, he goes down.
Knights barely creep by with the win. That came down to literally
Oh my
the
gosh.
last shots.
Cannot believe that.
That was a good game.
Yeah.
Chat, thank you again for tuning in. We appreciate your support.
Yeah, I'm going to update Wyatt's score here real quick. We're looking at 15 for the last round. It's going to be 30 on primaries. And then another, 9?
3 for the Witch, plus
6 for Assassinate.
Yep. Which leaves us, math man, what's our total?
Is that
69. Uh-oh.
nice?
69.
All right, I just want to check the score sheets real quick just to make sure we didn't over allocate points on any of those.
We're getting comments in chat that we scripted this game. That's correct. We pre-planned every dice roll shot on a separate camera and edit them in so that we can engage our viewers thinking that they're actually dice being rolled. It takes a lot of editing. The guy that we have doing this kind of editing, we definitely don't pay enough. That is special thanks to Anthony. He has brought in his own gear. He set us up today. He's the one who's helped us sail through the seas of technical difficulties. So the next time you see him, be sure to thank him. If you're in our Discord, be sure to blow up his phone with direct messages or messages in our Discord chat, letting him know how much you appreciate all the time and effort he's put into this. We've got tallies coming in for our final scores. Here's Eric with the real math.
Yeah, so we got correct on the primaries for Wyatt. Secondaries were slightly off in the last round. Let's see here. He's got 42 points. Giving him a total of 72. All right, so that is it. End of round 5. Wyatt takes it with the Imperial Knights. 72-60 over Alex's Nurgle Demons and Death Guard. Wow, that was a real nail biter at the end. That was really fun. Oh man, I mean, a couple of just small things here and there would have made this game. Destroying the Knight Paladin in the second round would have probably got this for Alex, but it just didn't happen. And yeah, pretty good game. What do you think, Taylor? Any closing thoughts here?
I was excited to see how these knights played. I've played with Castellan in some of my games using my Adeptus Mechanicus army, not a full knight detachment. And so it's unique for me to see Wyatt struggle with capturing these secondaries, which his approach, I was able to talk to him before the game, his approach was to take Alex off the board and try to sneak in the second half of the game to get those primaries back.
Yeah.
And then likewise with Alex, I think Chaos Demons are ones that I often see around our store because we have a lot of, Nurgle Demon fans. And I think he was actually able to champion those really well. He knew he needed to get on those objective markers early, and he knew he needed to hold them. So putting those Plague Bearers on that objective marker on the bottom right actually, I think, helped him get so far ahead in the primaries that he needed to make this a close match.
Yeah, he absolutely did. I think one of the big issues with Alex's secondaries, though, was taking Titan Slayer just because he didn't have the firepower to really destroy those knights. But once again, if he had taken out the Paladin in turn 2 with another 5 points, the Paladin wouldn't have gone down into the bottom right and just annihilated that 1 point, killed the Demon Prince, killed the Cultist. Would have been a different game. But yeah, it's such a good game. Both players did a great job. I'm really glad that we were able to do this. We did have a few technical issues here and there, but we are going to be fixing those up and reiterating this whole process for next time. And yeah, we did a 40K game today. We're going to be open to be doing games of really any type. If you're interested in Blood Bowl or Kill Team or Age of Sigmar, come see us on the Facebook page or Discord. Come in the store, talk to me. My name's Eric, and we will get you on the stream and have a good time. So, any closing remarks, Taylor?
My name is Taylor, and in the phrases that Nurgle demons say, all is ash. Sorry, apparently my brain stopped working there.
It's okay.
I think I'm just trying to cope with Alex's loss and trying to figure out exactly what we just saw there in those last few moments.
Yeah, exactly.
We're going to see if I can invite the players in to hear their thoughts on the match.
That's a great idea.
We've got both players coming in now to give us their recap on the match. We've got Wyatt and Alex here with us now. Chat, let us know what your guys' thoughts were. They are here live. They can see your updates.
So, Alex, you played this army a lot. What were your thoughts here? Like, just what was kind of the best moment, the worst moment? How did your demons perform for you today?
So right away, I was really happy with what the Knights were doing because it's exactly what I wanted them to do. One came out to play with my Great Unclean One. It went really well for the Great Unclean One, so I was super happy to put so many wounds on him. So the first 3 turns of the game went as well as I could have expected, and I feel like aside from forgetting secondaries, I piloted pretty decent.
Yeah, I totally agree. But forgetting the secondaries in that turn, oh man, it was awful.
Twice.
Twice.
Not once, twice. And we even talked about it. I'm like, oh man, I forgot that. Like, you know, I won't forget it next time. And he's like, oh yeah, I'll remind you too. Both forget.
So, yeah. How about you, Wyatt? What are your thoughts?
The game went well. I've never played against Nurgle demons. I knew it was going to be hard to shift the Plague Bearers. Hitting on 4s instead of 3s really matters for all the firepower from Knights. And I don't just have quite the DACA to fully chew through a squad of 30.
Yeah.
It's all these high-value shots that are really good into Space Marines, but into Plague Bearers, it's kind of wasted.
Yeah,
so
when I saw
of my efficiency is gone.
Yeah, and when I saw your list, I was thinking the same thing. Like, this is really well suited to kill
Space Marines.
tough 4,
Yeah.
3-up save,
Yeah.
multi-wound models. And I mean, if you'd gone against a Space Marine player, man, you would probably just wiped them off the board in 2 turns. It was so hard to go against things that have a 5-up invul and a feel no pain, where that kind of stuff just doesn't matter.
And it mattered so much.
Yeah.
So we've been hearing the narrative of veteran versus rookie. Just to clarify, how long have each of you been playing?
I started in October 2017, I think.
Yeah, so you've been playing for a couple of years. Your Nurgle army, though, is well, you've been playing Nurgle for about a year, is that right?
Yeah, so I started it last November and had it finished February-ish.
Mm-hmm. How about you, Wyatt?
I've been playing in the hobby since like 2019.
Okay.
But this is my second time playing Imperial Knights.
I think you did very well for a second
Yeah.
game there.
It's actually my buddy's army, who might be in the chat right now.
Nice.
Shout out to your buddy.
Yeah, shout out to Josh.
Yeah.
So as far as how this game goes, did it go as well as you thought it would? Both question to both of you.
It could have gone a lot worse. I'm really happy with how it went.
I had fun for the game. I think it was nice and back and forth, and that creates just like a good view. I do want to rematch with the Great Unclean One, though.
Anytime.
My Paladin wants to get up in there again.
All right, we're going to stay late at the store to watch this showdown. Again, we appreciate you guys tuning in. We look forward to bringing you more content and more games coming up next.
Yep, and another just a quick shout out to Anthony, friends of the shop, for setting up all of our lighting and cameras and mics, and just doing a great job running things today on the technical side. Friends of the shop Taylor here helping me commentate. We're looking forward to all of our streams going forward. Until next time, I am Eric from Onboard Gaming.